Hello, welcome to the end of March sprints. That's what we're calling them. The oh my gosh, March is already over.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Well, welcome to Thursday Night Sprints. I have Rye and Neva here tonight, and they are linked down below. I did remember to do it before we went live. Before you got on, Rye, I was like, oh, I gotta remember to put everybody in there. And also Bethany might be joining us later tonight. After kiddos go to bed. Anyways, welcome. What are you guys up to tonight?
I'm reading Ninth House. It's a buddy read with Brittany, and I was trying to read it on the Kindle because it's on Kindle Unlimited, but the chapters are so long. I am enjoying it. I'm like three chapters in, but the chapters are so long that I was like, you know what? I guess I'm just gonna give Audible my money and I have credits, but so I have the audiobook. So I'm listening to that.
I got like 100 pages into that book twice and DNF'd it.
Me too. I unhauled it because I tried to.
I unhauled it a while ago, and then everyone started talking about Hellbent, and I was like, man, I shouldn't have done that.
I'm still getting FOMO over it. Like I've tried it twice now, and I'm just not connected. It just makes me sad because I love Lee Bardugo, but it's just I think it might be. I don't know if Dark Academia is really my thing. I'm still trying to figure that out, so it could be more of just that. But
yeah, I am enjoying it so far. I just I fell asleep reading it on my Kindle yesterday, like in the middle of the day, because I was like, why are these chapters 30 minutes long? Like,
yeah,
and Brittany was like, oh, I got the Audible off Libby. And I was like, yeah, my Audible, and I was like, the Libby says like 15 weeks. I don't have that
one. Be 4 months.
So,
yeah. I think I had the audio of it, and like I generally can listen to fantasy when I'm driving because I can focus on it enough and also like focus on the road. And I was so bored. Like I tried listening to it on a road trip because I was like, I can't do anything else, right? And I was like, I would rather listen to nothing.
It does seem to be super polarizing. Like you either really like it or you don't.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't seem to be a book that's like, oh yeah, it was a 3-star. Like it seems that people either like it or are like,
it's either a 5-star or a Dana.
It's terrible. Like, so.
Well, I hope you enjoy it. I have 2 books that I'm going to be reading because I have a couple of things that I need to get done for work that I didn't do today because I left early. So I'm going to listen to the audiobook of Fireborn. And then physically I'm reading Some Desperate Glory, which is an arc that comes out next month. And it's a very dense book. I like it, and I'm buddy reading it with Bethany, and I feel like she's getting it more out of it than I am. and like sometimes I feel a little bit dumb when she's like, "Yeah, it's talking about da da da." I'm like, glad you got that.
You're like, great. Oh, I guess physically I am reading Crown of Midnight. This is for a vlog that went off the rails. So it was supposed to be a Mr. Reading when Eva picks my reads vlog. So I had to pick 5 books. But then he got into like I think he's on book 5. Yeah, I think he just finished book 5 of Throne of Glass. And he's like, I'm going to change the whole vlog. Can you just read the whole series?
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, sure. I was like, when will this vlog come out now? I don't know. Because I can't read that far ahead. We're doing it as a read along with the Best Book Club. And we're only doing we're doing a book every other month for Throne of Glass. So I was like, I don't know when I'll be done with this vlog now that you've changed it.
Now that you've changed, you're like, this was supposed to go up this month. And
I was like, but that's fine. Fine. So it's now changed. I changed the title of it to Mr. Reading when Eva bullies me into finishing the Throne of Glass. So.
Love it. Love that. Rye, are you reading tonight?
So I will be reading Fireborn when I get a chance. So I'm about 200 something pages into it. Yeah, your Minnie Mouse. And then I do have to do stuff to get ready for her birthday tomorrow. So I have to wrap presents and stuff like that. So I'll be doing that too.
Nora, what are you doing tonight?
That's soon. Tell them how old you're going to be tomorrow.
2.
2?
So cute.
You want to be 2?
No, mommy.
She like
Mommy's
can't be
gonna be
bothered.
two?
She's just like, I'm 2.
Mommy's not going to be 2.
Mommy makes you.
Hello,
31.
Rainy.
You're right.
Trying to figure my reading life out. March is over for me. It was an epic fail. Listen, that's just how it is sometimes. Weirdly enough, like March started out so slow, and then somehow I still read like 20 books.
That's awesome.
Reading The Last Housewife, fantastic. Are you enjoying it? I've heard that one is hard to read.
I need to read that. It's on my TBR.
It's good. It's definitely super like filled with triggers, but it's.
I'm surprised that one didn't end up as a host favorite.
I thought it would
Because
too. It's like Lexi's one of Lexi's favorites.
Yeah.
But I think people were
I
like
worked on
strategic.
finishing
Like
art.
I think people were strategic. Like I only did like my romance favorites, like some of my romance favorites. So like
Yeah, but that
They
one would have worked.
are
for
my
some.
favorites of all time. Like,
Right.
but like they're
Well, some people were, but then some people did not understand it because, like, Mel has fantasy books on hers, which is really helpful for the fantasy team.
Right.
Working on finishing an arc, really enjoying it. What arc are you working on? Or can you say? Or is it a beta? Hello. Reading Sophia Surrender by Sam Mariano and Laura Lovett. It's a dark romance. Nice. Hello, Sarah. Hello. Reading some middle grade tonight. That's a great way to end the month.
Truly.
Especially if you're doing Ramadan and like you have to jump back into a bunch of reads. Middle grade is fantastic. Reading Jar of Hearts. Hello, Brittany.
Ooh, nice, Brittany.
It's a lot, yeah. It's on my shelf. I will read it at some point. I don't know when. Reading The Binding. Nice. Hello. I think My Not So French Escape. Nice. If Only You by Chloe Leese. It's the last Bergman book that follows the youngest sister. Okay, cool. I've heard good things about this series. So excited for Ramathon. Can't wait to get started. yes, same. What team are you on?
I'm so excited too. I'm
Are
on
you
team
Know what I'm reading yet first.
You're doing Ramathon? That's
Me?
right, we had this conversation. Yeah.
Yes, I am participating in Ramathon, and also I pray that this, because I'm doing the Stars Hollowathon thing
Mhm.
too, and so I hope that the roles will fit. Which, have I done the roles yet? No, I need to actually film those during this
Fair.
because I need to have them done because I don't want to have to do them. There's like 9, I think, in total, but I don't want to have to do them like the day before the sprints for the next role.
Okay, so you're filming them ahead of time.
So I'm trying to like film them ahead of time, but I keep like other things keeps coming up, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do them this night, and then I have something else I have to do. But yeah, I'm on Team Cyrus.
Nice. So we got lots of Cyrus in here today.
Rainy's on Team Cyrus too, I think.
Yeah.
Yay, Team Cyrus.
Hello, reading The Hand on the Wall. Nice. Oh, you know what I didn't do is get a timer. I'm usually so good at that.
Hey, you know what? It's been a day.
It really has. And like, so I'm working on this new project for one of our brands, and I'm like sitting here working on it, and I look over and I'm like, oh, it's 4:25. So let's yeah. Share screen. Okay, now we have a timer. It's fine. It's almost Friday. I also love the fact that the kickoff sprints are going to be on a Friday night.
What?
Because then we can go later and not have to worry about work. Team Ilma, nice. Hello, being shortly watching the verdict in the Paltrow case. Listen, that has been the only thing that the news has been talking about today because it happened in Utah, or at the case. I don't know if the trial's in Utah or not, but like it happened in Park City. And this is all that we're talking about this morning.
Laura, stop ripping that.
Team Enya, yes, we love Enya.
Let's sit.
Enya, it gets a lot of hate because it's so big.
Let's sit. Let's sit.
It's going to be April 1st, so I can read The Serpent and the Wings of
I just bought this. I heard so much good things. I was watching several people's TBRs, and I was like, I'm sold. I bought it. I cannot wait to read it. It is so chunky.
I just downloaded it on Kindle. I didn't like go out and buy it yet. However, the cover is gorgeous.
I cannot wait.
Maybe I'll do that.
I know it was on KU, and I should have read on KU, but I ended up buying it because it's so big, and I don't like reading big ones on KU.
That's fair.
But I'm
See,
so excited.
I didn't know it was big until just now.
I'm about to go buy this or go get this on KU. I didn't know that the Serpent and the Wings of Night were on KU, so I added it to my Barnes and Noble list because I have like the Barnes and Noble like the
premium membership
or whatever. Listen, they really got me. She gave me because I went into Barnes and Noble the other day with only $30, a mistake, honestly. And I bought Magnolia Parks, like the physical copy, because I finished that like a week and a half ago now, and I was like, I need this physically now.
Right. It's such a cute cover.
She stuck this stupid bookmark in here talking about for $40 a year you can get this. I was like, oh, 10% off. Oh, free shipping.
So Barnes and Noble used to have the 25, like it was $25 a year, and it bumped it up to 40, but you get more stuff.
Yeah,
so it's totally worth it. Listen, I've already spent so much money that I already got my $5 credit.
That's what I'm saying, because I told Mr. Reading Winiva, I was like, if you take me to Barnes and Noble once a month, like to the physical store, I was like, it'll be worth this membership. And he was like, what are you gonna do the rest of the month? And I was
They're
like,
now
order off of the web. I was like, I would rather order from Barnes and Noble than Amazon.
Well, because with the new one, you actually get 10% off the website too.
Yeah.
The old one, you didn't get 10% off the website. Yeah.
They're now charging for the teacher one too. So a teacher's month's been free. So like I'm grandfathered in, so I'll get the next year with the new perks for free. But after this year, I have to pay for it.
Still 40, or is it?
I don't know how much it is.
Okay.
But like it's so you're only supposed to like get percentage off books that are for school, but like obviously like they take off everything, which is nice. So like I'll get such great deals on things.
Nice.
But now I have to pay for. I'm like, this really stinks. But at least I've been a whole other year.
Because I feel like how are they gonna know if you're buying them for school or not?
I
well,
mean,
like when I'm buying, like
I'm pretty sure the naked men on the cover are not for school.
Oh yeah. That's just say you teach at a college.
It's so funny. It'd be so funny.
You're like, it's for drama.
I want to see what the kids are reading, you know.
Yes.
So I saw one kid at school.
Right.
One day,
Downloaded TikTok. I don't know.
she was reading like a really like book. I was like, I had to like do a double take. I was like, oh, like okay. I wouldn't be. I feel like I was like, I really want to be like, yes, like how you like it, but at the same time, I was like, I can't because that's just like really weird because I know what the context of that book
Right?
is.
You're like,
Right.
I'm not talking to you about this.
I'm like, and I'm creeped out because I know you're reading at the same time. So,
yeah. Just hopping on to say hello, attending an online informational meeting for nursing school at 6 p.m. I hope you have so much fun with that. I don't know if that's fun or not, but I hope you have fun. Reading All Systems Red. I really like this one, and I'm probably going to continue the series. The sequel comes out April 9th. Oh, perfect.
yeah, after my birthday.
All right. Just joined and also interested in The Serpent and the Wings of Night. Maybe we just need to have an unofficial buddy read.
Maybe we do, because I just downloaded it on KU. So
Yeah.
I heard such.
Here we go.
This one.
Barnes & Noble makes me sad. I am a little upset that they upped the charge. However, I think that it technically with what I spend at Barnes and Noble, it's actually going to be a better deal.
Right. Well, we went in there because he was aware of like the boycott and stuff with Barnes and Noble.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, well, he was like, are we still boycotting Barnes and Noble? And I was like, I don't know, because I haven't been like in there since the controversy. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we went in there and like we walked in and the first table was all just local authors. So I live in Indiana. So they were all local authors to Indiana. And I was like, well, that's new. And then we started walking back towards like the YA books and they had all of their BIPOC books like front and center.
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, clearly either they figured out that people were boycotting or they listened. I'm not really sure.
I think they did listen because basically each Barnes and Noble is allowed to kind of act like an indie bookstore where like they get to pick what
Right.
like, they curate what's going to be in their store and what's on those tables. And each store, you know how they have the like buy one get one half off. They like each store selects what's going to be on there.
It's like based off their like what sells most in their stores.
Yeah.
Because like even like from like I will go to different Barnes and Noble sometimes. I go to always the same one, but if I'm out the other way, sometimes once in a blue moon I'll go there. So I just really want to see what their BOGOs are because I find my Barnes and Noble buy one get one 50% off is not great. They used to have fantasy and horror like table for buy one get one 50% off, and they don't have it anymore. And I don't know why.
The one near my house is not, but like between like I have a 45-minute commute for work, and I'll pass 3. Used to be 4, but 1 closed. So we have a ton of Barnes and Nobles here, and so I know which one's like the good one. And like we have one that's on the east side of town, which is the more liberal spot in Salt Lake City, and there's a whole queer table that's always buy one get one.
That's awesome.
Which you don't see in Utah.
Right.
Yes. Okay. Let's make a Discord. I will make a Discord in the sprints.
Yay.
Sounds good.
Hello, welcome. Don't get the Barnes & Noble memberships because every time I pre-order, the books come in way later. Yeah, I usually get it like so it comes out on Tuesday and I get it by like Thursday, Friday. So it's not terrible. I just kind of have to like be aware of that. But like honestly, how often do I read books on their release date?
Never. I read them never. I've gotten so many like already this year. I've gotten a bunch of books that were like on release day, and
this year's actually been better than past years, but like not great.
The only one I read even close to release day was the third Finley Donovan.
Reading Aiden Polydros came out as trans this week. Oh, Aiden Polydros came out as trans this week. He started TV when he was 15. So happy for him. That's awesome. Can't wait to start reading Wrath because her Gollum girl killing. I don't know why talking is so difficult today. Gollum girl killing Nazis. Publisher mailed me an ARC. That's cool. You always have the coolest books. I have no Barnes and Noble near me, so it's 2 hours away. So I have a Books A Million. We don't have Books A Million here in Utah. It's really sad. We don't have Books A Million, and we don't have half price books.
I don't have either. All I have is Barnes and Noble. That's it.
Yeah.
We have half price books, but our half price books, at least the one that we usually go to, like a town over. I don't know how to do this. I'm from Iowa. We don't have cities. Like we have towns, and here it's like all cities. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know. But the next like place over,
Right,
that has a different name than where I live, they have a half price books, but you have to be really careful with it because they take a lot of damaged books, like that have like broken spines and stuff. Like I'm not trying to buy that.
right, yeah. Yeah. No half price books. Yeah, I occasionally when I travel, I'll try to find one because I go to Phoenix and I go to Austin quite a bit, and they both have them. So, wait a second, and Charles. Yeah. Okay. Never heard of that. Thinking about going to Barnes and Noble tomorrow, but none of the Barnes and Noble have Carissa Broadbent's books in stores. I feel like they're really bad about indie. Some of them are getting better, but like unless they're super popular, like TikTok indie books, then they're not usually in. Because like I wanted to get the hardcovers of A Touch of Light because they're really pretty, and they're like really expensive, so I'm not actually gonna do that. But they weren't in store, so I couldn't even like go and look at them.
My Barnes and Noble had them, but they are expensive.
Yeah.
Like they are, because I was gonna get the first one, but then I was like, well, if I get the first one, I might as well get all of them. And then I was like, looked at the back to see how much they were, and I was like, this gonna have to wait for another day.
No bookstore is just a small library. Listen, I wish we had a better library system. But we're in Utah, and so they don't like having queer books. I had to like ask them to buy the Fiance Farce audiobook. I'm like, I understand it's 2 girls on the cover. I'm gonna need you to get it anyway.
Right. Don't care. Get it anyway. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you. Books A Million never has dark romance either. Yeah.
Yeah, Books A Million doesn't. For some, I don't.
I feel like most physical stores do not have dark romance. Anyways, oh my goodness, the dogs are gonna start barking because Derek just got home, so we're gonna start a sprint so I can go help him unload the groceries. So 45 minutes sound good to you?
Yep, that's good.
All right, I'll see you in 45. Hello, welcome back. Libby decided to be crazy and like jumped to midway into the book, and I was like, why am I so lost? And then I realized that it
That's happened to me before with Scribd, and I was so annoyed.
I was like, how am I already 50% away into this book? Oh, I'm not.
So annoying.
I was like, I know I didn't space out. I also made a thumbnail and posted tomorrow's video to my Patreon.
Nice.
My unhaul.
I am 11% through this book. Apparently the like chapter and a half that I thought I read was like a prologue or something. I don't know. Okay, the chapters of this book are so ungodly long that like I could have read 6 chapters and not had any idea where I was. But because I got it on Kindle Unlimited, since I grabbed it from Audible, like it automatically went to the spot where I like left off or whatever.
Oh, right. Well, that's nice.
So I was like, well, thank God I don't have to start this over. So I'm almost to the end of chapter 3. Like I'm still liking it. Like it's fine.
Like the people that love it. So I don't know. I have FOMO, but
like
I'm like, but I've tried it twice. I'm not gonna like it.
I was like that with The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. Like so many people like that book, and then I read it. I started it 3 times, and the third time I made it to like page 96, and I was like, I don't care about this book.
I need to read that one still.
No, so I unfollowed that one because I was
love Addie LaRue.
So does Crystal. Like I was trying to love it for Crystal because she's like, this is one of my favorite books, and I was like, I'm sorry.
Have you read The Night Circus?
I haven't.
No.
Because they have very similar vibes.
So I tried to read, what is the other one that's by her?
The Starless Sea.
That one. I tried to read that one in 2021. I was like part of a online book club, or 2020. Maybe it was 2020. And they picked it for like we voted, but that one was picked. The Starless Sea was picked, and I tried doing it with the audio and I tried reading it, and I had no idea what was happening.
Yeah,
I was like, clearly this like magical realism thing is not for me because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that book is like, honestly, Night Circus is the same way, and Addie LaRue is kind of the same way too. It's like a vibes only book.
Right. And I just was not like, I was not picking up on the vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like, I like I'm all for like a vibes only read, but I was like, I can't vibe with this if I don't know what the vibe is.
No, it's so
like,
not.
Not worth it.
That's fair. We're gonna get a couple of people to join us. Hello, Bree. For the sprint, I shall be sprinting home. Well, I hope you're driving safe and that you are not listening to us. Hello, Michelle. We're channel hopping tonight. Have a great evening. You have to pop out. Well, I'm sure that you are gone by now, but thanks for joining us. Tried to read more of The Four Winds. Really liking that book, but not in the mood for it. That is a really heavy read.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's Kristen Hanna, so of course it's going to be.
It's gonna be heavy, yeah.
Yeah.
I love Kristen Hanna though, so.
Yes. Anybody else racing against the clock to get their current reads finished before Realmathon starts? Look, I just already started April, okay?
Mine will not be finished, and I'll be more than 50%, so it's not going to count.
Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, maybe I don't know about how much I'll read. I mean, I'm going to read tonight, but not as much as I probably normally would. So, but
you could read a different book, so then you'll just be at 40% of multiple books.
I could, but I'm really invested into Fireborn. So
I'm loving this so far.
Yeah, so I'm like, I need to keep reading it. I am reading Throttle, but I'm reading that for Steph's book club, and that I'm not 50% in, so that I'll be able to count. But I'm honestly not like loving it, so I'm not super like. It's not that it's bad. It's just like I'm just not invested in the characters, and I'm not into F1, so like it just makes it like not as intriguing. But I'm hoping I like it. I mean, I'm still like I'm like 20-something percent to it, so it's still pretty early on, but.
This one was going to be my first read of April, but then I was on Cassidy's sprints, I think, yesterday, and I was like, what if I just started early? And then I didn't really have an audiobook for today because I finished Daisy Jones yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, I guess I'll just start it. And then I'm going to let my patrons decide the order in which I read my books all month. So I added Flamefall as one of the options, and that's the one that's winning. So I'm going to have to, I have to finish this before kickoff spreads.
My sister called. I'll be right back.
You're fine. Hated Addie LaRue at DNF. Tried 2 times, just couldn't do it. Yeah, this is another one of those books that you love it or you hate it.
See, I even got the audio because I was like, Julia Wellen does the audio, and for me, I found that even if I'm not Emily Henry books, is that who it is?
Yeah,
are also narrated by her, and so the Unhoneymooners, I wasn't even gonna give that a chance because I was I haven't liked any Emily Henry that I've read, but I read all of them at a time when I was not in a romance era, and also with my eyes. So I was like, let me try it, and I've liked every Emily Henry book, including Book Lovers, which I know is divisive. It's not romance, but I still liked it. Because I like the audio. So I was like, well, maybe I can like the audio for Addie LaRue simply because it's Julia Wellen. That didn't even save it for me.
There's not enough that happens in that book for if you're a plot-driven reader, then you're going to be bored. If you're a character-driven reader, she's a great character.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, I totally understand. Made good progress on my book, hoping to get another 50 pages or more in the next sprint. I believe in you. A friend of mine just broke up with his new-ish boyfriend, but he called me during that sprint, so I read it. Did nothing else. I'm sorry. That sucks. Or it's a good thing. I don't know.
Right. Is this breakup good or is
I don't know. That was when I got divorced. It was people were like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I was like, "It's the best thing that's ever happened to me."
Right. That's with me and when I finally like got rid of Ari's biological dad, they were like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and I'm like, "I'm not."
Yeah, right.
What are y'all sorry for? For what?
I'm like, I'm very happy now.
I feel lighter, actually.
But it is like this always like this awkward like, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? I don't know.
Right.
It's just socially awkward. That's me. Trying to finish Someone Like You by Sarah Dessen tonight for a readathon that was last week. So there's that. I have 3 hours left of the audiobook. I believe in you. We will probably be here for a while because I got a lot to do tonight. Very character-driven reader, but I still couldn't do it. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you didn't, like, if you don't like Addie, then it's not, like, you're in her head the entire time.
I think for me, I just felt like, for me, it was like I felt like she was just playing, like, stupid games the whole time. So I was like, if you play stupid games, like, you get stupid prizes, ma'am. Like, I don't understand why we're not learning anything.
This is the mood.
I need to know why we're not learning anything.
I do think that there's definitely like criticisms for that book that are warranted, specifically that like she was alive for how many hundreds of years and she stayed in Europe and North America the entire time.
And you met one black person.
You met one black person.
Ma'am. What? Listen,
was there even one? I don't even remember.
Listen, I'm from small town Iowa, okay? And we just went there in September, and my boyfriend is black. He counted every black person he saw because he was convinced that there were no black people in Iowa, and he counted like 98 black people while we were there. So if Iowa can have black people,
so can New York.
One. Okay. All right.
But like also if you lived hundreds of years, wouldn't you travel the entire world?
Right. I mean, I've never personally left America, but also I've only been on this earth for 31 years.
But if you had this like magical power of like getting people to forget you, you could probably make enough money to travel the entire world. via shady means, but like you can do it
But even so, you should be able to travel the world at least once.
at least once. I think it sounds good. I thought I liked him, but now hearing how this guy behaved toward my best friend, not a fan. Well then, good for him.
Congratulations.
A freaking catch. This guy's lost. You know, some people are stupid. Hello, welcome. Also interested in Fireborn. Yes, I'm loving it, actually. I mean, I'm only like 80, 90 pages in, so like not very far, but it's fantastic. It's reading very, like it is a YA, and so there's like moments where you're like, yes, this is definitely a YA book. You are acting like a teenager who is hormonal. But then at other times, because there's a lot of politics involved in it, and there's a lot of like there's some dark themes in it. Like this character that I'm reading right now, like lost their entire family. So it's like it's a very intense YA book. It's on my Realmathon TBR. Very nice. This was also on my Realmathon TBR, but you know, we'll just read the next one. All right. Well, that's the end of the comments. So shall we sprint again?
Sure.
Cool. Let me reset the timer. No, that's not what I wanted. There's all these new things that StreamYard can do. I took last week off of sprints, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Yeah, everything has been like updated. Things are in beta. I'm like, that's like great. Like, I'm glad y'all doing that, considering that I'm paying for it. But also, why so many new features all at once?
I mean, like, great. They're things that we've wanted, but you know, it's fine. All right. Well, I will see you in 45 minutes. Hello, welcome back. I read 2 chapters. Was that me? Huh.
I also read 2 chapters.
You sound like a robot.
Oh, okay, great. Hold on.
It's robot Neva. I read 2 chapters. Pages.
No? Okay, hold on.
Hello, Margaret. Yes, there is an echo. We're figuring it out. It's probably because you had, did you have AirPods on and then it disconnected them somehow? Because that's what always happens.
Is this better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, because when I paused the audiobook before I unmuted myself, and so it freaks out and my computer tries to attach itself to my AirPods, and then when I take the AirPods out, it makes me sound funny.
I'm always so scared to like turn on AirPods when I'm streaming because I know that that'll happen.
Yeah. So what I need to do is just go back into the settings on my computer and just make it so that they don't connect.
Yeah,
To disconnect my AirPods, but I always forget until something like this happens. But I also read 2 more chapters, so we're on chapter 5. It's still listen. I feel like I don't give like a good I can't really express my feelings about books very well. I don't think because I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm enjoying the book. It's fine. And people are like, it's fine, but like if it's
what
fine,
does that mean?
And I'm like, listen, I'm sorry, okay? I have a touch of autism, to be honest with you. So I don't know how to like either you get like, yeah, it's fine, I'm really enjoying it, or you get like a 15-minute gush about the book. And I'm trying to find like a happy medium.
I honestly cannot explain 3-star reads because there's so many different things that 3-star means, and then also most of them are just like, it's fine. It's a book that exists and I read it.
Right.
3-star reads. Not like I hate them, but I hate trying to explain why they're a 3-star read.
Yes.
And then
like I will rant about a 1-star read for an hour and I'll gush about a 5-star read.
But that's why people will be like, oh, they'll be like, well, what didn't you like about the 3-star? And I'm like, I don't know. You know, it just wasn't it for me. But Kelsey will be like, you say that it's fine, like, because she and I are reading the Beartown series together. We need to read the last one, but she and I buddy read the first 2, and the first one I love Beartown, like, don't get me wrong, but I couldn't like articulate to her how I felt. So she would be like, are you still liking it? And I'm like, yeah. I was like, you know, it's fine. And she was like, but does that mean that you like it? And I was like, yeah, it's fine.
Right.
Because I guess for like not neurodivergent people, like it's fine means like it's going to be a 3-star read. For me, if it's a 3-star read, like it's just nothing notable. Like it was okay, but there's nothing about it that I particularly liked or disliked. It was just there.
I am finding that I kind of suck at buddy reading with like one other person. I'm really good at it when there's a Discord and there's a bunch of people and you can just like type in your thoughts. But like trying to be at the same point with somebody and like trying to like have a conversation with them about where you are in the book, like I suck at that.
I do too. But I also like buddy reading because it keeps me accountable.
You do, yeah.
To read the stupid book, but also they're like, "Oh, well, did you make it to this chapter?" And I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "What did you think?"
Or they have like some sort of coherent thoughts about said chapter, and I'm like, yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Like Brittany and I have buddy read the most. I think she's the person I've buddy read with the most, and I think she's just figured out that like she's not gonna get a lot of.
But like then at the end of the book, I will info dump something.
Right, and so she'll just be like, okay, well, let me know when you get to the end, because like we read prior. She and I buddy read Babel, and we buddy read Priory of the Orange Tree. And Priory of the Orange Tree, like the most coherent thing that I said was, I was like, oh my god, there's talking dragons. And then I had nothing else to say until we finished the book.
Right.
And she was like, are you still reading it? Are you enjoying it? And I'm like, yeah, it's good. But I just have nothing to
I just like, can't talk about it, right? Anyways, hello, back. Not sure what to read next sprint. Do you have options? Can we help you? We are great at that. We're not good at picking what we're going to read ourselves.
You can what other people read, though.
We'll help you.
Yeah.
Hello, Sherry. Sprint hopping. Yes, Lexi's running sprints too. So we are just.
Yeah, I checked in over there also.
I did too. Yeah, right.
I was like, hello.
Listening to The Cost of Knowing by Brittany Morris. I love that book. That was such a good book. Got through 20 pages. Yes, we figured it out. It's the AirPods.
I hate when my AirPods do that.
Yeah, it's stupid. I changed it in my settings, so hopefully they won't try to connect again, because it's just annoying to me.
Didn't read, posted my TBR for Realmathon, TBR in the Enya Discord chat and on my Instagram. Oh, I'm gonna have to take that. I'm gonna have to look at that. Currently editing, got from 5 minutes to 8 minutes in what is currently a 47-minute video. Oh my gosh. What are you filming, or what are you editing right now? Usually 3-star for me is 1, it was a book that I enjoyed for the most part, but no strong feelings, or 2, it wasn't a book for me, but one I'd really rec for XYZ reason. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. For me, a 3-star is, it's a book that exists and I read it and I have no feelings about it or no opinions, or I had really high expectations for it and it disappointed me, but like not enough to be a bad book.
Yeah. I mean, I think the book that I gave 3 stars that like I really did not enjoy was The Love Hypothesis. I gave it 3 stars though because I was like, this book is not, it's not a book for me, but I feel like other people would like it. So I was like, I did not like this book.
Right, exactly.
But other people might like it.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, and I always try to do that with my reviews. Like, even if it's a 2-star book for me, I'm like, not a book for me. These people will like it. Should I start The Queen of Tiles? I have it as an audiobook, or should I continue Fable? I've heard really good things about The Queen of Tiles.
I've heard really good things too. It hasn't been something that's like, I don't know if I would personally pick up, but I've heard that people are really enjoying it. So I feel like it must be good.
But also Books and Lala like had it as a favorite of the year. So like maybe.
And maybe, yeah, it must be really good.
But it also, it depends on like, do you want to read physically or do an audiobook?
Right.
Sorry, Beck, I'm snoring.
That's adorable. Margaret votes for the audiobook. I also vote for the audiobook because then you can do other things.
I need to figure out what I'm reading tomorrow for Realmathon.
Apparently I'm reading Flamefall, which means I have to finish this.
Ooh. How far, like, where are you at in it?
I am on chapter 6. Sorry, my chair is really squeaky. Chapter 6. And I'm really liking it.
It's so good. Where am I? The chapters are so like weird. I'm on chapter 10.
The chapters are so long, but at least there's like.
They do get a little bit shorter as the book. Like they're not as long right now.
Oh, that's good. Okay. I was noticing that like they're very, very long books or long chapters, but then like in between, like it switches
them up
within the chapter.
Yeah, which makes it a little bit nicer, like where to end. So
I'm really enjoying it because it's like there are moments where you're like, okay, yeah, this is a YA book. You're being dumb teenagers, but also like it's dark.
It is very dark.
Like the one, I can't remember. Annie, was it Annie?
Yeah.
her family just like she's like the dragon killed my family and I had to watch them.
Yeah, it's dark.
I was like, oh, okay.
Wow.
It's dark.
Right? I was like, oh my gosh. And it also kind of has like a little bit of like Hunger Games feels with the like competition.
Yeah, I love a competition in fantasy. Like it's one of my favorite things that
If it's done well. Sometimes it can be a little bit repetitive and boring, but like this is done really well.
Yeah, I agree.
Got 35 pages done in that sprint. Very invested in this romance. I don't want to stop. Well, good thing we're doing more sprints. I am currently, I think I talked about this on my Patreon sprints. I'm doing a swapping my screen time for reading. I think I have to read like at least another hour and a half today.
Oh, nice. That's a good idea.
I need to try
It's
this.
been so hard.
I can imagine.
But I knew I was filming it this week. So last week I was a little bit more like cognizant of like, don't get on your phone.
Right.
And it's still like been 5 hours a day. I'm like, Jesus.
It's hard.
It's so hard. Priory has been on my TBR for the longest time, and I never knew that it had Talking Dragons in it. Now I'm more intrigued.
We also did not know it had Talking Dragons in it until we started reading it, and we were both.
What if I read it during Ramathon? What if I read it during Ramathon?
Oh my gosh, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, but like, think of how many bonus points it would get.
You would get a lot.
I mean, I did at the time. I didn't have credits for Audible, so I ended
I'm
up
pretty
just,
sure I have it on Audible.
buying it because the audiobook is only available through Audible.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I got it like a long time ago on a like sale.
With the audiobook, it's not like as intimidating.
Yeah, we'll see.
Because like you look at the
There's a lot of
prior
other things.
and you're like, what is this?
Yeah, but it would be nice to like say that I've done it.
Yeah.
True. I feel like it's an accomplishment.
I give it
Did I-
4.5 stars. So I thought
That's
it was
pretty
really
good.
There
Nice.
was just one part that I can't say because it would spoil it. But there's one part in it that I didn't like love, but tends to be like a pretty normal fantasy trope anyway. But like, I was like, okay, well, I'm sorry, this can't be 5 stars.
Fair.
But I give it 4.5, which I feel like is still like good.
Fair. Queen of Tiles it is. Nice. I hope you love it. Hello, Skylar. Reading Book Lovers and The Toll. I hope you love them. I didn't like either one of those books. For different reasons.
I gave Book Lovers 4 stars.
I was saying, I'm in the minority. I think I was just mad.
I feel like this. I was not a romance girly when I read Book Lovers.
I haven't read that one yet.
So I was like happy kind of that it wasn't like actually romance, but then I was like, I gave this book 4 stars, but also not a romance. You're welcome. And then like I had romance readers, like a couple of my friends that are romance people that were like, this was a romance. Did you not read the same book? And I was like, this was not a romance.
Not a romance. It's a romance. It's a romance if you take the romance out of the plot and it's not a story.
Right. But otherwise, like,
you can take the romance out of the story and you still have a complete book and a complete plot. It's not a romance.
It's a contemporary fiction.
With a romance subplot.
And it was fine, but like also not a romance.
It's not a romance. And it's made me not want to read anything else from her.
I mean, I read some other stuff from her and it's been fine.
I've read her YA stuff. I just haven't read her other 2 romances. And apparently her new one is not getting great reviews.
Seriously? Because I pre-ordered it.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people are like actually realizing that one was not a romance.
I keep telling myself not to keep buying them because I'm not reading them. Like I've literally only read one, but I'm like, the cover is so pretty though.
Honestly, I hate that cover.
I love the colors, the bright colors.
Too bright.
I liked People We Meet on Vacation and I liked Book Lovers, but like now that you're saying like that, what is it called? Happy Place or something?
Yeah, no, a lot of people are like, this is a really dark, depressing book. It's not a happy book. And I was like, that sounds about right.
Oh my god. I pre-ordered it. Like last year.
Yes, I set myself up for success. At least the vlog is going well, and I've finished a lot of books this week. So like
That's awesome.
Screen time is 15 hours some days. No, thank you. That's a lot. Yeah. No, I had to be like, because like last week they always give you like a weekly average, and it was like this is down 36% from the prior week, and I was like, yeah, I know, because I did that on purpose.
I purposely did that.
I did that on purpose.
Yeah, like just today, my screen time says that I'm at 8 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah. No, yesterday it was like
terrible.
Yesterday was like 9 hours, but I was watching sprints on my phone. So like,
well, that's the thing. Like, I a lot of times will use my phone to watch TV. Like, that's what I use to watch things. So I feel like for me, like, it wouldn't be like accurate.
Yeah, no, and I think that's the reason why I like specifically the week before, I did not watch sprints on my phone.
Yeah, I just
because the highest usage app on here is YouTube.
Right.
Which is
mine was
hours and 21 minutes.
Yeah.
And if I'm at work, I use my phone to watch like Netflix.
Yeah.
So I feel like I would have to like take off any like streaming.
See, I didn't do any streaming, but I took off.
Like I'd have to take
off. For some
reason,
Google Maps was on there, even though it just connects to my car map. I don't know why it was up there. I took out Kindle or any of the audiobook apps.
Yeah.
And then
because if I removed YouTube,
and my camera. I took my camera app out because I film on my phone.
Right. If I took out YouTube and Audible, like just like from today, that would already bring me down 3 hours. Right.
Yeah. No, I wanted to see how much YouTube I was watching, and it's still like 2 hours every day. I was like, this is stupid. I'm doing this. I'm watching too much. Still working this evening during that sprint. Got some messages sent, some stuff posted to my platform, things from classes for student, and a bit of grading done. That's fantastically productive. Oh, I did also finish my work project. That is done. I just have to email the trainer and say that it's ready for them. So that's good. I can actually be officially done with work at 7:00. If this is talking about Priory, I'm making no promises. Like I might read it and I might not. Because it didn't make my like official TBR. And obviously Kerplunk has to go first. Happy for more sprints because I need to finish a bit more grading before I sleep tonight. Yes, we're gonna do at least 2 more sprints.
Okay. Sorry, Sam called. Oh, he's calling me again. Sorry. He's shopping for last minute things for tomorrow for Nora's birthday. Oh, no, you just hung up. Okay.
Okay, why is it that men cannot go to the store without calling?
My boyfriend does the same thing. Or he'll just be like, can you just Instacart this? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. No, actually, like Derek did well today. He was just like, can you just text me the stuff that you need? And I was like, yeah, I can do that.
Usually this one at least was legit because he's looking for plates for our house for Nora's birthday tomorrow.
Right.
So he wanted to know which ones I wanted.
That's fair.
Match the thing. So that one was fair, but usually it's like over like what kind of granola bar flavor do you want? The pomegranate, the blue? I go just pick one. Like
just get a granola bar, bro.
Like, so there's these kind of salad dressings.
He'll call me. It's like the running joke, where like especially when we first maybe got married or first like lived together, about like if I was at my parents' house and Sam would go shopping, it would be like a bet of how many times he would call. He's gotten a lot better, but like we would take bets on how many times he would call. I mean, it's because I know he wants to make sure he's getting the right thing, but I'm like, dude, like, gotta make your own decisions. Like,
this
Derek still does that. Because we'll occasionally do, like, if we have a busy night, we'll do frozen pizzas or wwhatever. So I'll have him like go, what kind of frozen? I'm like, we get the same ones every single week.
Every time.
Like, it's okay. It's
the worst is when, so my boyfriend's name is also Sam, but he insists that he be called Mr. Reading Winnie-Book.
That's adorable.
Because ML and Ollie called him that one time because nobody knew what his name was, like when we first started. And I also realized that Rye's husband's name is Sam, which I was like, well, that's freaking confusing. Like,
That's
now what? So I would just constantly be like, my boyfriend. And that just made me sound like I was 12. And so ML and Ollie gave him that name. And now he's like, online, I can only be Mr. Reading with you. And I'm like, do you know how much of a mouthful that is to say every time I talk about you, sir? But
I think it was on your sprints or maybe Brittany's sprints, and Derek walked in and someone was like, it's Mr. 4 Positive.
Which is what, and he like, the thing is like, I was like, oh, this is gonna like offend him. Like, he's gonna be like, wow. You know what I mean? But he capitalizes on it. Like, cause I was like, what do you want me to call this vlog? Because like, do I use your name? Do you want me to use a nickname? And he was like, it's Mr. Reading with Neva on the internet. And I was like, wow, okay.
That's adorable.
It's when he goes to the store and I'll be like, can you pick me up soda? I always get the same two kinds of soda. I either get vanilla Coke or I get the cherry vanilla Coke. But it depends on which store he goes to, because Kroger has both, but Meyer only ever has vanilla.
Right.
Or just regular cherry. So he'll call me and he'll be like, hey, I'm at Kroger. Kroger has vanilla Coke, cherry vanilla Coke, or cherry Coke, or regular Coke. And I'm like, get one cherry vanilla and one vanilla. And he'll be like, you sure you don't want a regular Coke? And I'm like, sir, I get the same soda every
The exact same thing.
It never changes. Like, the tea never changes and the soda never changes. And every time I'll be like, can you grab me soda? He'll be like, yeah. And then he calls me, asking me what kind of soda I want. The same one I've gotten the whole year that we've been together, sir. That's the same one.
Yeah.
He'll be like, okay. He's like, sometimes I just think you might want to change it up. Why would I change it up?
I'm a creature of habit.
No.
They're just being sweet. Yay for finishing books. Gonna try reading 100 pages a day next month. That's cool. Are you going to vlog it? Because that's a cool vlog. I like books and all. I did that a while ago. I watch YouTube at work, but I could be listening to audiobooks, so I'd read so much if I just swapped my YouTube time. That's another good idea.
This is also me. If I just switched my streaming time with like audiobooks, so much reading would be done.
When I was trying to do 28 and 28 for February, I did a I'd watch, I was like, okay, you can watch one YouTube video and then you have to listen to a book for an hour. And you can watch one video and then you have to listen to an audiobook for an hour.
That was a good idea.
Oh, for a week. Important caveat there. Yes. Nice. You're not gonna try, no, you don't want to try to do it for a whole month? Listen, it's Realmathon. We got lots of things. Smart way to do a TBR game. You know, we'll see what actually happens in April, because like it'll likely go off the rails.
April, I don't even know why I pretended that I was gonna like with TBR Jenga, because in reality, am I even gonna get like? I just need to read what I can read and just read as much as I can.
Right. Especially since you're going back to work.
I know. At least I have that. I do have that week off, like so next week. So it'll be nice.
Right.
For spring break.
So you're working. Are you working right now this week or next?
Oh
week?
no, this was my last week, and then I go back for 4 days because we have Good Friday off, and then I have spring break the week after. But it stinks. Mine and Grayson's spring break don't line up, so he'll be off.
Like he should just 2 weeks of spring break.
And then he'll go back to school, and then I'm on spring break the next week. It's so annoying. Like, I'm the only school in the area that has spring break that week.
That's annoying, because then like he can't really do anything on spring break.
No,
and then
so
you
like
can't really do anything.
No, so like he's gonna go to my aunt's house one day, like because one of the other kids that he had always gone there with is going there too to be watched. So he'll go there with Nora for a day and just play and do projects. And then he's going to spend the night at my parents' house one night. So they'll get him in the afternoon. And then
it'll still be like a fun little staycation.
Yeah. And like my mom, my parents, and my sister, we all live right here. So like my sister might go and they might go out to lunch or pick them up or.
Oh yeah. That'll still be fun.
Yeah, I mean, like my parents have like the car seat, like.
And he's still like young enough that like, he's not like, he doesn't get that like, he doesn't get to go on vacation.
No. And so like, yeah. And our big trip is right after school ends. So We would have done more just like library story time or like the most like our science music. Like we would have done things like that. So
Yeah.
Or just
and you can always like pull them out of school one day when you're on spring break.
Yeah, and I have school Friday, so we'll do something there. And then Saturday we'll do something for my birthday, and then it's Easter. So
that's great.
Yeah, I'm busy.
Ended up not reading it all. Got doing something for my family. Being the oldest, it always falls on me.
This is such a vibe.
Mood.
This is such a vibe of like of the worst kind. Like as the oldest of a lot.
I was there. Are you the oldest sibling too?
I'm the oldest sibling on both sides.
Same.
Like my parents, I don't know what they were doing, but they each had 5 children, and then they had me first, clearly. But like they each had like 5 other children, so there's like a total of 11 of us, and it always falls on me. Like it's always like my dad calling me about, can you believe this sibling did this? Or my stepdad calling and being like, Brayden is having problems because like our mom passed away in 2020, so he was like 12 when she died. But like, and I'm like, okay, I'm sorry that y'all are having all these problems, but like also
you're like, I am an adult with my own life.
Away from you. Okay, well, from my mom's family, I only live like 8 hours. But like my brother will call and be like, can you get in the car and like come down and come up here? And I'm like, no, I have to work. Ari is in school.
You have
jobs. I know that I'm closer now than I was when I was in Florida. You know, I can just get in a car and drive to you. But like that does not mean I can drop my whole life. No.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not.
Right. Absolutely not. Cannot sustain a whole month right now. Someday though, that's okay. It'll be a good week vlog. I feel like, since I just finished doing like a month-long vlog, can confirm it's a pain in the butt to edit.
I can imagine.
I was like, why did I not edit as I went?
I feel like this Throne of Glass vlog is going to take, like, I have been editing it as I go, but I already have 45 minutes of footage.
Wow.
Like, I want to jump out of my bedroom window right now. Because I was like, how am I going to do this? Like, do I do it in 2 parts?
Right.
No one is
trying. Like, 6 books?
There's 8.
8. Okay. Yeah. That's a lot.
I'm only on book 3. I'm on book 3, and I have 45 minutes of footage.
Do like 3 books, and then 2 books because the last one's really long.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to because I was like, no one is gonna watch a 5-hour video from me.
Yeah, the last one's super long, I think.
Like Gavin, sure, he can do like 5-hour videos. I am not Gavin. Like I no.
Honestly though, even Gavin, like I can't watch some of those videos, and I'll stick them in my watch later, and I'm like, when I have time to watch a movie, I will watch.
I literally will break them up. Like I'll watch like 2 hours, and then 2 more hours, and then 2 more hours. Like I don't think I've watched any of his super long ones. Like I've watched all of them at this point, but I don't think I've watched any of them in one sitting.
No,
I don't.
Because I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't have 5 hours to watch.
And he has such a large like community that like will watch those.
Yeah.
Whereas as small creators, we do not have that.
No one is gonna like my average watch time on a 30-minute video is usually about 10 minutes. Because I'm like, I know you guys are like speeding it up, which like is fine.
Yeah.
But like,
my wrap up ended up being almost an hour, the vlog style wrap up. And it was like the average watch time was like 12 minutes. And I was like, this sucks.
Right. So I'm like, there's no way that you're gonna watch 15 minutes of a 5-hour video. No. That's not worth the time that I'd have to put into it. No.
All right. Shall we do another sprint? I'm gonna make dinner because I haven't done that yet. Throne of Glass is on my Realmathon TBR. Nice.
I hope you love it. I gave the Assassin's Blade 4.5 stars, and I gave Throne of Glass 5 stars. So, nice. And Heir of Fire is also feeling like a 5. So,
love that. All right, Well, I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Rye, are you going to be here? This is about usually the time where you.
I'll be here. Yeah, because I should be. I try to get off by like 10.
Perfect.
But I'll try. I'll just see. Yeah, Sam's not even home yet, so and he still has stuff to do, and I still need to take a bath. So I'll be okay. Sounds good.
I was just like, this is about the time.
I'll message you if I hop off before, or if I
no big deal.
Okay,
I'll see you in 45.
Right.
Welcome back.
Hello.
My hours you need to if I want to work.
How did we do?
I took a bath and did a couple things around the house, and I got to page 254.
Nice. Are you still really liking it?
I am, so it's gonna be like sad
Right.
not to go. I think right into the next book.
You could just go right into the next book.
I could, but I have officially decided what book I am gonna read.
Okay.
I'm gonna read Zodiac Academy.
Oh my god. Okay, when you put that on your TBR.
So I'll be reading book 1 of Zodiac Academy. So
Nice.
yeah, but I think I am gonna hop off.
You're good.
Are you okay?
No,
I'm gonna make it through this sprint. I'm gonna finish.
You're fine.
So, but yes, thanks for having me.
Did you find that link?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, and I started
Okay.
plugging in information. So
Okay.
yeah, Zodiac
All right.
Academy. We'll see.
Well, have a wonderful night, and
Thanks. I'll
we'll
talk to
see
you
on
guys later.
kickoff sprints tomorrow.
Bye
Bye.
I only read like 15 pages because I got dinner.
I only read probably only that many.
I was like, I listened to
Because so I started planning for next week because I talked about this on my sprints, but last week my iPad completely reset itself
Oh no.
and I lost like all of my planners for like 4 days.
Oh no.
But because I had my like GoodNotes on my laptop, I was like, well, I'll just check my GoodNotes on my laptop. Hopefully I can just like copy and paste things over. But it synced to my iPad. So I have everything back. So I was like, thank God. Because
So
it's like
good.
3 months worth of stuff. But so I was planning next week and then I was like, oh, I'll read. Well then Mr. Reading with Neva and Mariah came home from opening day. It's like baseball opening day.
Oh right, yeah.
Like I don't care, to be honest. But they came home and apparently Mariah went to Target and she brought me this.
Ooh.
So I guess I'm reading this soon because obviously I've already read Priory.
It sounds like you need to switch to the fantasy team.
Oh, I was like, because she like handed me a Target bag and I was like, okay. So I like opened it up and I was like, thank you so much. And then she got Ari a Mariah has one of these, but it's like weighted.
Oh, I've seen those.
Yeah, and Ari always tries to take Mariah's. So Mariah was like, I know that she loved it so much, so I bought her one. But she's asleep, so I'll give it to her in the morning. But yeah, so my reading got interrupted. So I probably only read like 15 pages.
That's fair.
But
that is fair. Perfect timing. Just finished my book. What did you think? What did you rate it? At 13 minutes, and I've cut it to 45 minutes. Nice. I started Servant and the Wings of Night. I just couldn't resist. Only 4% in it, I'm good. It's so good. That's fine. As long as you read more than 50% in April, then you can
you're fine. And April is the day after tomorrow.
Technically, it's tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Right. Because that's technically when it
Ramathon starts when the kickoff sprints start.
That's how I'm doing Stars Hollowathon too, because I was like, I moved the 24-hour sprints 3 times this month.
Right.
Which made me just want to scream. But the first time I moved it because I was supposed to take Ari to a birthday party, but then she got in trouble because she put peanut butter in the toaster like the week before she was supposed to go. So her dad,
she was just trying to be efficient and peanut butter and toast at the same time.
That's exactly what she did. So I had to replace the toaster. And then her dad was like, well, now you can't go to the birthday party, but also, do you want your punishment or do you want your mom to take your punishment? So at first she said she wanted me to take it. And I was like, if I take your punishment? Absolutely not, ma'am.
Absolutely not.
What? So she got in trouble for that. So she didn't get to go. And then I was like, well, I'll do it this next week. And then I was like, well, that's not going to work because I had something else. I don't remember what it was. So I was like, this is going to run into Ramathon, but I'll just like jump over there.
Yeah.
while doing mine. Like I do that anyway.
Well, and yours will be nice, like especially if you're hanging out right at the end of the Realmathon sprints and be like, okay, I'm gonna go over to mine, and then that way people that still want to read will just come over to you.
Just forward mine. Yeah. So, plus like at like 7, I'll send people over to the Realmathon sprints because mine start at noon tomorrow. So
perfect.
Yeah, so I'll just be like, if you want to go participate in Realmathon, I'm going over there also during this sprint.
Are you gonna start a sprint right at 5 or right at 7?
Probably, unless I'm traveling at that time, because the only time for me to get my hair done this week, because I'm sick of looking at this, and the hair is just sitting under my bed, like it's just sitting there like mocking me, is tomorrow. So I was like, okay. So my best friend was like, can you come over after 3:00? And I was like, yeah, but I'm also doing 24-hour sprints. I was like, so I'm gonna have to do like an extra long sprint while I drive to her house, because her house is 30 minutes from me. Everything in this state is 30
And then
minutes.
you're just gonna like do sprints while you're getting your hair done?
Yeah, which she was like, that's fine. And I was like, okay. I was like, I just want you to know so that you're not like, what are you doing? Because I've done sprints at her house before, but you couldn't, like, she wasn't really on the camera. There's no way for her to not be on the camera,
right?
If she's doing my hair, because she'll be right behind me. So she was like, that's totally fine, whatever. So I was like, all right, great. But if I'm already at her house, then I'm going to try to start a sprint as close to 7 as I can, so that people can go over and like talk to everybody over there, and I can go over there and do all the things that I need to do. But yeah, she was like, there were a bunch of Colleen Hoover books, but I didn't know which ones you had. And I was like, this is a good choice, honestly. This is a good choice.
Also loved book 1 of Zodiac Academy. Read it 2 months ago. Nice.
I also read it 2 months ago and have not picked up book 2.
I need to pick up book 1 because it's the only Z book that I can think of for an A to Z TBR.
So here's my suggestion as someone who tried to read it both audio and ebook. It is available on Kindle Unlimited as an ebook.
Yeah.
I just downloaded the book off Kindle Unlimited and then got the ebook for like $8.
You mean the audiobook?
The audiobook for $8.
Yeah.
Because it'll still do that even if it's like Kindle Unlimited, like you didn't actually purchase the book. I gave it 4 stars, but I don't think I would have given it 4 stars if I'd had to read it as an ebook.
Fair. Oh yeah, no, I have 0 expectations for it. Oh, my mom bought that unicorn. Wanted it for herself. That's adorable. Loved it. Solid 4.5 stars. Tempted to give it 5. It was a slow burn, but I felt like it was really well paced out. That's fantastic. I love that.
Yeah.
It would be great to start tomorrow night at 7 if I wasn't trying to finish 3 books for March. Well, if you're, like I said, if you're less than 50% of the way in, then you can still finish.
There's
especially Ruin of Kings.
Here's the thing is like the prompts, I feel like you can fit in whatever.
Oh yeah. I'm not reading just fantasy. I have a thriller. I have 2 romances, maybe 3 romances technically, because my stupid Unhaul project decided it wanted to be like, let's do romance and a horror. Definitely won't get to 50% by tomorrow at 7, so I'm just going to keep reading and get a little ahead. Nice. But I can tell I'm going to devour serpents.
Honestly, at this point, I'm
high praise.
Right. Like, honestly, at this point, I'm just proud that I'm reading not fan fiction, because I finished Magnolia Parks, and then, like, I had such a book hangover after. Like, I liked it. Like, the book was great. But, like, it just destroyed me. That I was like, I don't want to read anything. So I just downloaded up.
And I don't have time for that.
I'm like, I have something. Like, I have to be reading something. I don't have time to read nothing. So I was like, let me go look for fan fiction recommendations. Every fan fiction recommendation video that popped up was for Dramione fan fiction. So I was like, clearly that's what I'm reading. Dramione fan fiction. So I downloaded like 8 fan fictions. And the first one the first one that I started, it's on Goodreads and it's on Storygraph. But on Storygraph, it's like marked as like not a book. But I was like, I don't care. Like at least it will
I
count.
don't care.
Like,
It's still counting it.
but it's like 50. It's a 50-hour book. Like
wow.
Like I'm only 4% in, and I've been reading this book for like a week.
Wow.
But it's good. But it's good though. Like
That's good.
But I was finally like, girl, you have got to pick something else up. So I started Girls of Paper and Fire last night.
Oh, that's good.
And it's good. Like it's fine. You know, we don't love James Patterson in this house. You know what I mean? But it's a James Patterson Presents book. So like technically
he didn't write it.
So I was like, you know what? It's fine because it's like sapphic and POC.
The first one of that book is to this day like one of my favorite YA fantasies. The second one, hated so much. And I haven't read the third one yet. I read the second one as an ARC because I got it at BookCon, and it's a road trip book. They're traveling a lot.
Yeah, I'm
because
really
that series was supposed to be a duology.
Got you. So I'm really enjoying the first one so far. So I was like, okay, cool. Like I'm gonna read this. It's gonna be great. But yeah, because when I went to the bookstore, Ari kept bringing me books by Jay Kristoff, and I was like, we do not read Jay Kristoff.
We do not read Jay Kristoff in this house.
Problematic. Like absolutely not. I was like, clearly, I don't let you watch the problematic authors videos that I watch because they're not appropriate for my 5-year-old to be watching. But I was like, but she brought it to me because she liked the cover. And she was like, you should get this one. And I was like, absolutely not. And she was like, why? And I was like, we do not read Jay Kristoff in this house. And she was like, oh, so she went put it back on the shelf and was like, I'm sorry, we do not read you in this house, and walked away. And I was like, okay.
Okay, that's so cute.
Like sometimes she does like the funniest things, and then like I don't get them on camera, so I'm like, no one's gonna believe me. But then she pops into the camera and says something ridiculous, and people are like, okay, yeah, we can see it. Like earlier when she came on the camera and she was singing the Wednesday song, I was like, where did you learn that? She was like, oh, I heard it on my dad's TikTok. That's how she learned the ABCDEFU song.
Oh no.
And she was going around the house singing it, but she was like skipping every time that they would say the F word. And I was like, where did you learn that? Oh, I heard it on my dad's TikTok. And I was like, what? Absolutely not.
That's so funny.
No. And I was like, you cannot sing that. You cannot sing it. I'm sorry. Like, take me to church. I can at least like, I can be like, oh, she actually thinks it's about church, because she definitely does. Like, she definitely thinks that's a church song. So I can at least be like, yeah, you know, she heard it on the radio, whatever. That song though, no, ma'am, do not sing that.
Trying to teach kids language and like why certain things are and are not socially acceptable is so difficult, because it's not like they understand that they're saying a bad word.
And the other problem is like Ari, the few times that she has gotten in trouble for cussing, she uses the cuss words correctly. So it's not just her like saying them to say them. Like she'll stub her toe and yell the F word. So like I'm like, do I laugh or do I yell at her? And almost always I have to like turn my back and then be like, Ari, you cannot say that word. Do not say that word again. Like, so she can't see my face because like I'm obviously cracking up. But she'll be like, well, this stupid bed. And I'll be like, okay, but we're not gonna say that word though. That's what we're not gonna do.
You're too young for that.
I'm sorry. Or like her dad will call her a bucko. And the first time she said it with an F.
Oh no.
And I was like, that's not what your dad said. That's not what he said. So now when she does it, she's like, a little boy at her school punched her one day. And I got a message from her teacher that was like, hey, Ari got hit at school, blah, 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 blah. Well, then I was like, do I tell him that she got hit? Because he's very protective, like very much like, I'm going to go down to school. I will square up with the kindergartner type thing, right? So I was like, I'll just tell him, because if she was to tell him, like, I was like, that's going to be on me, because he'll be like, you do, you know? So I was like, apparently Ari got hit at school. Well, she called that little boy a bucko. And was like, listen here, bucko. If you do that again, my dad's going to come down here, like threatening this child. And I was like, so I got a call from her teacher like the next day about that part of it. And I told Mr. Reading and Eva, and he was like, I don't know. And I was like, if we get called to this school to talk to the principal because she's calling people a bucko, I was like, you're coming with me to explain to them where she got that from. I said, because if she went around calling people like a punk, okay, cool. Like, I will take the L on that. I call people punk all the time. I was like, but bucko, that's you, sir. That's you. I was like, that. I was like, I can't even be like, oh, that could be something she heard from Mariah. So another adult in the house. Like, no. That's, and he's like, it's fine. And I was like, she's out here threatening other 5-year-olds.
Oh, we love Ari.
We do. She is something else.
She's very much your child. She has a very similar like vibe.
Listen, we make a joke. My best friend says that she was like, is she 90? Because she'll tell you a story and she'll be like, yeah, mom. She'll be like, you know, when you and me lived in Iowa, when you were 5, which I didn't live in Iowa when I was 5, and she's never lived in Iowa a day in her life. She's visited, that's it. But she'd be like, when we lived in Iowa, we would go to this place. And there are some times where she names places that she's never been. And I'm like,
who are you in a past life?
Did I meet you while you were in a past life? What is happening? And we also have to like watch what we talk about in front of her, because she'll pick up on what we're talking about and then she will like interject into the conversation like we were having it with her. And I'm like, no one is speaking to you.
No one is speaking to you.
And she'll be like, absolutely not. No, we're not going to do that. And I'm like, ma'am.
She's going to be a handful in high school.
She's a handful now. What do you mean? What do you mean?
I said shit earlier, and Lincoln said, Mommy, you said a bad word. I'm telling Miss Ashley on you. That's so cute. If I have kids, there will be words we can use in the house and nowhere else. Yes.
That's basically what I've had to do, because she doesn't quite understand why, like, Austin, who's 16, can say things and she can't. So I'm kind of like, okay, as long as you don't go to school.
Yeah, don't say these things at school, please.
Like, please don't do that. And I'm like, if you say it at home, like, I guess I won't say anything. I was like, but you don't say it at school. You don't say it when we go visit grandparents. Like, right. She's supposed to go see my dad for 2 weeks in July, and I'm so scared. Like, I'm so scared. Because I'm like, what happened? Because, like,
you're going to get a phone call from, like...
He's like one of those religious people that like follows the Bible to the T. And like, listen, yeah. I don't talk about it very much because like it's no one's business. But I mean, I love Jesus, okay, but the Bible, no. Anyway, so he would be like, did you teach her this? Did you teach her this? Because when I let her do rainbow hair for Pride, he was like, he called me after I posted the pictures, and he was like, do you think this is appropriate, taking a 5-year-old to Pride? I was like, she don't know.
You're like, yes. I didn't take her to the strip club.
And I've been sharing all of the like drag stuff, like where I'm like, clearly like drag is not the problem. And he was like, did Ari see drag queens at Pride? And I was like, clearly. I said, actually, I was like, the drag queens were the only people that she like didn't know that she would talk to. So, right. And he was like, wow, the exposure. And I was like, to people, it's fine.
To people?
It's fine.
Oh my goodness. Gotta love parents, right? All right, we're gonna do one more sprint. And let me reset the timer. And maybe I will actually read during this sprint. I doubt it, but it's possible.
I'm going to attempt to read during the sprint.
All right, I will see you in 45. Hello. I read 34 pages. I switched to Some Desperate Glory. And of course, right when the timer goes off is when we got to the gay part.
Of course it will be. Of course.
Well, that always is, right?
Well, I made it to, I don't know what percent. Hold on and I'll tell you. But I'm on chapter 7, so I'll probably finish chapter 7 tonight just because, like, I'm in the middle of a chapter because that would be
Right.
hold on and I'll tell you, like, how, because I'm sorry, I'm not going to try to figure it out myself, so I make Storygraph do it for me.
Fair. And Audible's so bad about, like, they don't give you percentages or anything.
So I'm 27% through. I mean, luckily on Storygraph, you can put in, like, the hours and the minutes that you listen to, and then it'll figure it out for you.
Okay, cool.
If you have it checked as, like, reading it as an audiobook.
Oh, okay.
But I don't have the physical of Ninth House, so I can't, like, and Kindle pages are just stupid. So, like, if my option is, like, all I have is a Kindle or an audio version, then if I have both Kindle and audio, I'll just do the audio because at least then I can figure out percentages. So I'm 27% through, and also I have moved my books so I could fit this.
Yay!
Which means that I had to take the Mistborn books out of their box because, like, they came in this box.
Oh, right.
But the box was, like, just wide enough that I couldn't fit this big ass
Donker in.
But this is, like, my shelf of books that I've not read, and I was like, where am I going to put them?
See, I haven't separated out my books between, like, read and unread. They're just all together.
I only did because right now this is the only shelf I have.
Right.
Which, like, what am I doing? I need to buy more. Like, this whole wall over here on this side is cleared off so I can buy shelves.
So I just
need to, like, buy them and then put them together.
Right.
And that's the thing. Like, I'll buy them and then they're just going to sit here because I'm like, I don't want to put these together.
That's what Mr. Reading with Eva's for.
He's definitely not going to put them together. He made me put together I have, like, one of those, like, 9 cube shelves in my closet. I had to put it together. And I was like, you're not going to help me? And he was like, I don't build things. And I was like, bro, he was like, I will, but he will build things, like, from scratch.
Then tell him to build you a shelf.
I did. I was like, do you want to just build me some bookshelves? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, when are you going to build them? How much money do you need for the supplies? Because I feel like it's going to be less expensive for you to just build them.
Probably. And you'll be able to get, like, the sizing that you want.
Right. And I was like, and I want tall shelves. I want, like, 6-foot shelves in this room because
I think I'm going to buy the extenders for these because these are the Billy bookshelves. And I have enough room that I could go up one more shelf.
Yeah. Because I want to be able to put stuff on the top.
Yeah.
Then I don't have to access. Come in.
Hello, joined the lead. Got a 19% of the upside of falling, which is my pre-Realmathon book because I didn't know what else to read. I'll mood.
It's fine. Ninth House. I'm going to try to find a way to fit Ninth House in to Realmathon, I think.
It's a fantasy. Wait, what team are you on?
Cyrus.
Why?
Why am I? Because here's the thing. Until Mr. Reading with Eva came in and just circumvented my entire life and was like, read this entire young adult fantasy series that becomes adult and gets spicy, because that was
teams.
We had. I am like, I really am like in my romance era. Like when I tell you February, like I had a romance, like a TBR for February, and it got completely ditched for KU romance. Like all I read in February was KU romance.
That's fair.
It's fine. But then he came in and we were having a discussion about bookmarks because I was like, well, now I need to order more bookmarks because all the bookmarks I have are like smut themed. They're all like literally the bookmark that I'm using in Crown of Midnight right now is this bookmark.
I love that.
And the other one that I have that like is part of this set says Yes Daddy on it. And so like I was talking to him about this and he was like when you get to book 5, because that's where he's at, he's like, I'm gonna need you to use the Yes Daddy bookmark. I was like, well, why?
That is not a class of fantasy romance.
Yeah, it is.
Well, then it'll count.
He said that that it like, which I've heard this before, but he was listening to them at work.
Listen, I listened to Tessa Bailey.
He had like an earbud in, like he had like his Galaxy bud in.
Yeah.
But he was like, but he called me and he's like, I thought this was YA. And I was like, it is. And he's like, no, it's not. And I was like,
no, it's not.
I said to him, it's YA the same, because like the only thing I could think of that he's read is Harry Potter. Like when it comes to fantasy.
I think.
And I said
I think book 5 or 6 is where it starts getting.
It's like book 5 starts to get like adult, right? Yeah. And I was like, it's YA in the same way that Harry Potter is middle grade.
Right.
I said it starts that way, but by the end, it's clearly for adults. Like it's clearly for whatever generation the books are written for to grow with the series.
Right.
And he was like, someone could have told me. And I was like, were you listening to it out loud? Like, I don't feel like you were listening to this book, like, attached to a speaker at T-Mobile. And he was like, no, but he was like, I had it playing in my ear while I was helping a customer. And he's like, I audibly gasped. And they had to lie until I stubbed my toe. And I was like, oh. I would say
I've listened to Katie Robert at work. That was fun. That was the only one that I was actually like, I don't think I can listen to this right now.
I listened to spoiler alert when I worked at
that's a good one, yeah.
When I worked at Dunkin', and I didn't know that it was like spicy. Like because to me at that time, contemporary romance is like sweet romance. You know what I mean? Like I was like, right. Spice, it's safe.
Those are the illustrated covers.
Right. So I was like, this must be safe. And then it got to like a spicy part as I was taking an order, like at Dunkin', and I went, oh my God. Like that's literally what I did over the speaker. As this woman is trying to order like an iced macchiato. And she was like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, I'm fine. I was like, I'm so sorry. Continue. I was like, I forgot my headset was on. I was like, continue your order. Because, like, literally, like, the spicy part happened, and that's exactly what came out of my mouth. And she was like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah.
I burned myself.
And I'm over here, like, listening to smut. Like, I'm not going to tell you that. Over this speaker. It's fine. It's cool.
It's fine.
But, yeah, it's fantasy. Throne of Glass is fantasy romance.
Yeah. And then Ninth House, you'll get hybrid genre points for. You just won't get your genre points.
That's what I figured, because it is like dark academia.
So it's considered fantasy with horror elements. So like most people are counting it as hybrid.
Hybrid, okay.
Because Kaylee's reading Hellbent.
It reminds me of like Catherine House.
Yeah.
That's what this reminds me of. And I gave Catherine House, I think, 4 stars. But I actually like this one better than I like Catherine House.
That's good.
Because Catherine House, I just felt like I was in a depression spiral the entire time I read it.
Fair. All right. Well, I'm going to do a little bit of self-promo because I have a video. I have a giveaway going on this video as soon as it comes up. This video that ends tomorrow for the end of Tour.com-a-thon. So if you want a Tour.com title, all you have to do is comment on that video. And it ends tomorrow. I'll pick the winner on Saturday. So I'm going to self-promo that. Also, my very large book Unhaul comes out tomorrow. And most of the books are already up on Pango. And if you're a Patreon, you can watch it early.
We love a book Unhaul. Honestly.
So great. It was like 40 bucks almost.
I feel like I like a book Unhaul more than I like a book haul because like I don't feel like I have enough books to do a book Unhaul. Like, and like the books over here that I've read, I don't really want to necessarily unhaul them.
Yeah. I've decided I'm going to do quarterly unhauls and then just like really just go through my shelves and be like, am I actually going to read this?
Right. Am I actually going to read this? And also, if I already read it, did I really like it enough to keep it?
Yeah.
Because I think that's where we get hung up is we're like, well, we liked this book. And it's like, but you gave it 3 stars. So did you really like it?
I'm like, if it's not 3.5 or higher, I'm not keeping it unless it's part of a series.
Yeah, because actually that's the only reason that I still have all 4 now of the Good Girls Guide to Murder books.
Right.
Because I did like Killjoy, which I just read this month, actually. I read that in my Ari Picks My Reads vlog. They took 3 times to upload before the audio was correct. It's fine.
I kept seeing it come up as like a new, and I was like, didn't I already watch that?
Listen, I will quite literally never edit on my laptop again.
Like
I will be editing on my iPad or on my phone until I can get a desktop computer. Because I was like, well, let me edit this on my computer. Because
on iMovie?
Yes, because it's easier to edit on my computer. Yeah. And then the first time I uploaded it, I set it for 10 a.m., which I'm sleeping at 10 a.m. Okay, because my schedule is all messed up because of work, right? So I'm sleeping at 10 a.m. So I was like, okay, when I get up, I'll check all the comments. So it was like 2 p.m. and people are like, what is this that I'm hearing in the background? So I was like scrubbing through it, kind of, and I was like, the only thing that I'm hearing is like there was a clip where I was outside, so you could hear like the wind, and then there was a couple clips where I was in my room and you could hear the heat vent kick on.
Right.
And then they were like, and then Brittany messaged me and she was like, no, she was like, there's spots where like you're slow, like where you sound like a chipmunk, and then there are spots where it's just like frozen.
I wonder if it just didn't export properly.
So I opened iMovie. And it was something in iMovie because it would like speed up certain clips, and then it would like the ending of clips would like elongate. So it would just be me like at the end.
You have it like freeze frame.
Yeah, it would be me being like, okay, I'll check in with another clip, and then you would see like all you would see is me being like
weird
in the camera because it was like a frozen frame, and I was like, what is going on? So I re-edited it. I slowed everything down, exported again. It did the same thing, and I was like, okay, fine. So then I waited like a week because then I was just annoyed, and then I was like, okay, I'll just edit it on my phone. So I did it on my phone, uploaded it from my phone, and it's been fine.
So weird.
And I was like, clearly editing on my iPad or on my computer is not
working.
That's fine.
Weird.
Yeah. So I don't know because that's never happened before, and I've edited other videos on my computer. So like,
I mean, I've used iMovie for years.
Yeah. I mean, I have Final Cut Pro, but I have no idea how to use it.
Same.
I bought it and was like, this is what all the YouTubers use. And then I'm like, also
I have access to whatever Adobe's editor is through work. And I was like, I don't really want to learn how to use that. iMovie works fine.
I was able to get, it's like 5 apps, like it's like a whole bundle. It was like Final Cut Pro and then whatever the audio one is.
Yeah.
For like podcasting. But I was able to get like all 5 for like $100 or something.
That's not bad.
Through Apple because of the like Apple student program thing.
Oh yeah.
So I got it, and then I was like, and then my dad works for Apple. He was like, Final Cut Pro is easy. It's just like iMovie. You just have more options. And I was like, this is nothing like iMovie. I
mean, I'm sure that once you get used to it, it will be, but like, it's just, there's a steeper learning curve.
I'm not trying to do it.
I don't have time for that. Nobody got time for that. Anyway, you're doing 24-hour sprints tomorrow?
Yes, I'm doing 24-hour sprints tomorrow. They will start at noon.
Eastern time,
yes. They will start at noon Eastern time. Will I be awake? We'll see. Okay? Because y'all know that when I do these 24-hour sprints, I move them from doing them at 10 a.m. because 10 a.m. I'm just like sitting there just like yawning the entire time.
Right.
I will have my coffee, you know what I'm saying? But if I seem not awake until like 4 p.m., that's why.
That's fair. Well, I'll be in the comments, but I'll be at work.
And also the first roll for Stars Hollowathon will also drop at noon Eastern. So you'll be able to like watch that video before we start the sprint, so you can like pick your book or whatever.
Perfect. Awesome.
That's how we're.
Well, Neva and Rye are both linked down below. All right, be there.
Oh, also, Rainy said I have to stay on Cyrus because we have to read Daisy Hates.
This is true.
Which is true. Which is the next Magnolia Parks book, and I need to buy it physically before I start. I'm gonna read it on Kindle because it's free, but or it's on KU.
Right.
But also, I know I'll need I know I'll be like, I need the physical book to mark things. I just know it.
It's fair. Honestly, thumbnails where you are holding a book do way better than those that you are not.
I noticed that too because my Ari video, it has Ari in the thumbnail and she's holding two of I let her pick which 2 books she wanted to hold up, and she's holding 2 books, and then it's just like my usual picture of my face, and that video did so well compared to some other ones, and I was like, is it the books or is it the kid? It could be both.
I mean, it could be both. Could be both. But yeah, I've noticed that if I'm holding a book, then they do better. So, just saying. Anyways, thank you all for joining. I will have Sunday morning sprints. But until then, I'll see you later.